Okay. I'm running just a few minutes behind here. I was trying to pick out paint colors and I still haven't gotten them all picked out. I've got a couple picked out for today. But we're gonna have to finish picking those out in a second here. Dang it. You know, if my incense will cooperate. Which it doesn't want to. I had it lit and then it fell over. That's where the problem is. It went out, but my hands are hot sensitive, so trying to touch it while it had just gone out doesn't work too well. So we didn't manage to get to the DMV. Well, we went, but then the husband wasn't feeling well. And the line was super long. He's like, yeah, I don't think I can stand in that line today. So it's like, okay. So we're going to try Wednesday afternoon. So Wednesday we're going to start the Planet Zoo stream a little early. So we have time to go deal with the DMV. So today we are working on, or hopefully we'll be working on a black canvas. This is 8x8. I've come to realize that when I thought the black canvases were really cool and stuff, the concept of them is awesome. However, they scuff real easy. I just took this out of the packaging. Look at this. There is, I guess the black gesso that they put on it is chipped everywhere. So I'm going to have to touch it up by the time we're done anyway. So would it have just been better to start with a white canvas and then just paint the whole thing black, since I'm going to have to go over it again anyhow? I don't know. Maybe. Alright. This is where a light board would really come in handy, but so we have our mandala stencil pattern printed out. We sized it up. It should fit on here. I have a white charcoal pencil, or white chalk pencil rather. One of those. I don't remember which one. We're gonna scribble on the back, and we're gonna make our transfer sheet. Usually I go tracing paper and then use the tracing paper to transfer, but I don't know. Okay, this is a chalk pencil. I can tell now. I don't know how much tracing paper I have left. And, you know, if I just got straight up transfer paper, it would be easier. More than likely, I could just lay the transfer paper down. You can do it this way without the tracing paper being involved. It's easier if you can see through your piece, so a light box might help, or a light pad. Maybe a light box. Something that you can put a little bit of pressure on. Ooh. Hate that noise. I also have a white, is it a Conte crown? I mean, you could probably do this with chalk pastel too, although that might be a bit messier. We've used this pencil before. Sorry, I am just making sure that I can see what the heck we're doing. Um, grab my sharpener here. Like, I don't need the most awesome point on this. It's just when it starts to get a little worn down, it starts... Okay, desk, relax. Something just groaned alarmingly. I wasn't touching anything. That was interesting. Oh, it's from the desk shaking. Okay, it's a keyboard tray. So we're gonna shoot for Wednesday for the DMV. Now, if you have like the light box or your pattern is dark enough on the other side, so I mean, maybe if we went over it with a Sharpie on the one side, it might bleed through a little bit so you can see the pattern a little bit better. You can just color the whole back if you really want to. That's going to take a little bit of time. Or you can try to cover where just the lines are, which is what I'm trying to do. It's not as easy as all of that when your pattern's just barely visible. I have another one of these pencils if it comes to it. You want to make sure you've got enough on here to actually do the transferring. Now, when I go to do the transfer, I'm going to use a regular pencil on the other side. So, I mean, you want to be a little bit generous with the amount that you are putting down. Now, I could have gone with a white canvas. I've got plenty of those. I actually thought I had a round black canvas. My canvas that was round was white, though. And I'm not sure how I got it in the storage bucket that I did. I must have ripped the entire lid off of it to get this in there, and I could not get the entire lid off for the life of me last night. So I'm like, how in the heck did I Houdini this in here? I might need the husband's help to remove that piece when we go to actually use it. But I figured, heck, let's use this printout, because we've been sitting on it for, a little bit. So I was like, why not? We printed it, we should use it. Figured this would be a fun little guy. And when we're done with this one, we can either do another one of the patterns that I've got printed out, or we could do something a little more abstract, like our mosaic tile thing. Maybe. Or we can go back to our Bob Ross squash project. We haven't touched that in a while. Probably should get back to that. Still need to attempt to laminate the ones that I've done just to see if it's gonna work. Like, it should work. Now, we're in for some shitty weather tomorrow morning. It might be moving out of the area by the time we start stream tomorrow. But do keep in mind, if I am late tomorrow, it's because our power went out. If the power goes out, I will try to get the husband to set up the hotspot on his phone. And post a message on Blue Sky, so make sure you're following there. So this one, we might try to add we might try to add some rhinestones to it. The design's getting a little more intricate the closer to center we get here. If I knew where that stupid crown was, I would grab that. Because we could go over the back of this a lot faster with it. Or, you know, if I hadn't lazed out and fractured out my tissue paper. But not everybody, not tissue paper, tracing paper. Although I have used tissue paper in a pinch. It's not the greatest, but I have used it when I was desperate. It's real delicate though, you have to be real careful. But, it is possible. But, if I just gone and found my tracing paper... Here... Another one here... Okay, I'm gonna sharpen this guy again to try to get the squeak out of it. I mean, you can kind of see what we did. So there's the actual stencil design. Now, I'm thinking of modifying this design after we get it transferred slightly. I'm not sure if I'm still going to, but I'm definitely thinking about it. Don't know yet. I might leave the spaces in between for us to do some dotting work, potentially. I don't know. I gotta think about it here. I might see what it looks like once we get it onto the piece. Put you over there. Alright. I need my tape. Whoop. Okay. Skizzers. Alright, so I am just kind of removing some of our excess here. Just so I can position it a little bit better. Probably gonna have to touch up the pattern transfer a little as well. Okay, so this is an 8x8. I even wrote it on the back when I pulled it out of the packaging. So let's see here. See if I can get this a little bit more cleaned up here. Just so we can try to position it a little bit more even. All right, let's try this. Now, I'm going to do 2 pieces of tape on here and hope that it holds. This tape isn't the greatest in this dispenser. Shocking, I know. But it's just like some form of cello tape, or it's not Scotch brand tape, but it's kind of like that. I was gonna stream prep this ahead of time and transfer it, but I was like, you know what? I do that a lot. Perhaps you all should actually see me transfer it. Old beat up pencil. It's got some kind of gunk on it. I don't know what this is. Haven't a clue. It's hard, whatever it is. Okay. So, hopefully, I've gotten enough chalk on here. Hopefully. And it will transfer correctly. Like, if we mess up in a couple spots and we need to touch up, that's fine. Like, that's possible. I also find that the chalk smudges off a lot more readily and a lot quicker than the graphite, so I don't always enjoy doing the chalk transfer. I mean, it's probably just as messy in its own right as the graphite method. But I think the graphite method might be a little bit easier, personally. Although what would really be the easiest would just be getting the transfer paper. But I don't have transfer paper budget money, so I should probably put some on the Amazon wish list. But it can be done without the fancy transfer paper. So if you're in a pinch and don't have any, or you're just on a really tight budget, some people will get like the stencil base pattern for this kind of stuff and just make their own pattern as they go, which is totally fine if that's what you want to do too. Because then you can just reuse that base stencil for multiple things, right? I'm talking about like the stencil with the lines on it. Okay. So this guy's kind of like a diamondy shape, square shape. He's a little rounded though. He's like a little smooshed. So this one is mostly this like diamond-y square shape with a couple of circles in it. So I'm just kind of pressing pretty hard with my pencil, but not hard enough to go through the paper. At least I'm trying not to go through the paper. Hopefully we're getting enough chalk transferring where I can go over it again with the chalk pencil on the design itself and just connect any spots that might have not transferred. Usually, if you want to make sure you're transferring appropriately, you would leave like a corner that you can pick up, but I wanted to make sure that my pattern didn't shift on me because I have a fantastic track record of that happening. So that's why I taped it down as much as I did. And we'll just... We're living on the wild side today. If it didn't completely transfer, well, it'll be a surprise for all of us. So, like I said, I'm thinking of modifying this. I might add a color here. Like, I might come in and do a third color, like, in between these guys, maybe. But then I would have to, like, I guess, corner that down as well. So I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. Haven't fully decided yet. I haven't even fully decided on the colors of this. Kind of depended on what I was gonna do. The middle might end up being a rhinestone. But I might paint it for now. Just so I don't lose the circle placement, you know? And this chalk will smudge and smear a little bit, so I'm gonna have to do another pass of black paint on this guy to at least touch up the smears and where the black gesso chipped on the edges and scuffed. But it might not need to be as tedious as the dragonfly that we just did. Don't know if I'm gonna outline this one yet. I haven't decided. Kind of depends on how things are speaking to me as we go. Like, not everything needs to be outlined. But we'll see. We'll see. We might not, though, just because we might be doing some dot work. On this guy. So I'll pull my ruler out here in just a minute. Actually, I should probably get that now. If I can find it. What bag is that in? Sometimes I'm too organized. Okay. So go there with that. Then oh, that's a little off. Oops. Okay. So then this guy. Oh, my head's in the shot. Great. Good job. Sorry about that, you guys. Didn't mean for my head to be in the shot. Why is my head in the shot so much? My desk is crooked. Yeah, my desk is crooked. Well, that's not helping. Alright, let's try with that. I'm probably still going to be in the shot a little bit. Nope. Okay, so if I can get that to work. The question is, though, do I almost want to just do a straight line. Between the two. Might be a little bit easier. So if I or go the little in-between section. I don't really need that. Like, not really. Not if I decide to make that all one color. Alright, so I'm gonna resharpen my pencil-y guy here because I want to make sure that we've got a good point on it. Just so we transfer with a little bit more accuracy here. Okay. I think I like it a little bit better without the triangular piece. Like, if I was doing these different colors, then yeah, maybe the triangular piece, but I'm thinking of doing one color, like the same color here and here, and then this whole one piece, its own color, is what I'm thinking. Now we are painting on an already black surface, so if your colors are super transparent with whatever you are painting with, you might want to paint the shape white first and then come back over with your color of choice there, just to try to make your life easier. Could we not just... We could just do it a straight line. That might be more interesting, actually. Now that I'm like looking at everybody here. As I'm going. That first one's probably going to be a bit of a mess, but that might work. And I did a little peeky-poo, and it looks like some of the chalk is at least transferring. Probably smudged it to heck with how my hand's been rubbing everything, but we'll see what happens when we get there. Yeah, I think I like the look of that a little bit better. Now, if we really wanted to try to connect everything, ooh, that might be fun. Helps if I can actually color on the right line. We could also, let me see. Oh, that. I kind of like that. Hold on one second. Sorry, my mom's been trying to get a hold of her one doctor's office to cancel an appointment. And she thought she had canceled it, but she can't get a hold of anybody, and we think that was them calling us back. Hopefully. Although that was on the wrong number, so that might have been a family member, actually. Okay. So it's a little tricky, for me, at least, to get the angle right here. But we're trying. That's for certain. We're definitely trying. It has been so windy since yesterday, really. Man, that wind last night. We were already in bed and we could hear stuff like flying across the front porch. I'm like, oh, good. That's gonna be a mess in the morning. So the inches side is like a little more tapered, and the, oh no, it's not. The centimeter side is more tapered. The inch side's a little more thick. I don't know if that's on purpose or what that's about. Oh, that was a little short there. So my design might be a little messy when I lift up this thing. Oh wait, where I'm scratching, I don't think I have chalk. Oh shit. That's right. I might have to redo all of these ruler lines. Dang it. So I knew I should just cover the whole back of it. Yeah. Right. See, that's not super helpful. I'm still gonna put them in on this side in the off chance that I got some chalk in those spots though. Just in case. Although, now that I realized I didn't put chalk in those spots, it probably won't. And I'm probably gonna have to come back in with the ruler again anyway. But we're almost to the point where we can pull up our design here. Some spots looked like it did transfer, and other spots are like, oh no. Like the outer ring totally didn't transfer. But yeah, I actually like that because it's making a pretty cool pattern. So see, even if your base stencil has some gappage to it, you can always come back in and modify it if you want to. Or you can just follow the main stencil. Nothing wrong with following the main stencil, especially if you're not good at making these guys on your own and freehanding it. But I am getting a little bit braver at modifying some of these. Don't know if I'm going to modify the whole thing. This is probably as much as what I'm going to modify on this one. Just because I think that's enough. Like, I don't want to go too crazy. That was, like I said, this might be all for now. I'm probably gonna have to come back in with the chalk pencil and the ruler yet again. And redo this part when I pull up the paper here. Oh, so fingers crossed as we try to find the edge of our tape. This tape didn't want to stick the last time I used it, so I'm like, okay, I'll fix you. And now it's doing everything but letting go. What the heck? Oh, some of it transferred. Okay. The extra lines, that is. More than I expected. So I'll have to come back in with the ruler a little bit. Not as much as I was expecting to need to, though. Alright, I'm going to put the pattern to the side. I don't want to lose that. I can reuse that later if I wish. Excuse me. That was rude. Excuse you. That was very, very rude. Why are you being dumb? Are you just that full? There we go. Just didn't have you in the right position. Okay. Well then, I guess I'll have to turn the battery one on. What the heck? It broke again. I've not been a huge fan of this pencil sharpener. I mean, I know it was a little bit dangerous to use the knife, but I do know how to sharpen with a knife. I don't know if it's just because this one's chalk. I've had that one eat quite a number of pencil points. That's sort of maddening. Okay. So it kind of transferred. So I am going to try to come back. Oh, that one didn't transfer. Kind of have to touch up a little bit here and there. In the spots that are a little bit light. Maybe I didn't get enough chalk down. Anything could really have happened there. I do have to be careful because now I'm definitely going to be smudging. Things a bit here. In some spots, I can freehand it a little bit where it transferred, sort of. Like, it doesn't have to be super, super perfect, but I would like it to be at least somewhat visible. I don't know what happened in a couple of these spots. I don't know if I just didn't press hard enough, or if I just didn't get enough chalk there. I mean, it probably would have been better just to buy a box of chalk. Might be a little bit more dusty and smeary, but then I could have just, you know, gone to town on the back of it a little bit easier. But we're getting there. And we've almost made it all the way around, so it didn't take all that long to retouch this up a bit in some places. Like, you can see where we've personally come back and retouched it. Alright, so we're almost there. And I think I'm gonna leave the inside be. I don't think I'm gonna modify that too much. I think we're good enough there. I might like add some dots in the middle of the diamond triangle things. Trapezoids, whatever the heck they are. Okay, so now I just need to take a look at the rest of this. See if any other parts of it need a little bit of touching up here. Most of it looks pretty good here. To be perfectly honest, this guy is a little lackluster. But the rest of it looks pretty good. Okay. So, put my pencil back in there. Tuck our ruler away. Okay, let me put my pattern away now that we are done with that guy. Like a whole accordion folder I picked up from Dollar Tree. I really need to get another one. One for patterns and one for finished projects that are on paper, like our watercolor paper and stuff. So yeah, like I was saying, this was from a stencil. I picked up a whole bunch of stencils. I think from Amazon. But the stencils ended up being a lot smaller than I had anticipated, so I was like, oh, you're small guys. Oopsie doodles. Okay, so we need to figure out what colors we're gonna do here. Kind of thinking maybe like an orange or yellow in the middle. I don't have that many. Yellows, so it's kind of like a peach. What is this? Poodle skirt pink. Those colors don't really. Not feeling those colors. Like not together. I had to get my box of paint here. Like, I don't want to keep going to the same colors that we've been doing. But I also wanted something that was gonna pop on this dark background here. Alright, so who are you? You're lemon. Didn't we use lemon already? Yeah, we used lemon on the last one. Apparently I've got 2 lemons. I have 3 lemons. Okay. How did I get 3 lemon yellows? I don't even use yellow that often. Alright. I mean, I don't have a whole ton of blue. I don't have a whole ton of red, and I don't have a whole ton of purple. I think, like, that's the section of colors where I kind of floundered, and I was like, I don't know know if I've used you yet. I was originally looking at this as like some kind of like flowery guy. But I don't know, we did a lot of pink in the dragonfly. Maybe we should go with something else on this guy. What do we want to do here? My blues feel a little dark for this, honestly. Like, these two aren't too bad. They're not too bad. But are those the same shade? Ocean. No, that one's bright. Those are very close, though. That's vivid, but that's very dark on the black background. Got a colonial, which is kind of like a gray. Like, all my blues are very dark. Crisp blue raspberry. Like, see all those dots? They all look pretty dang close to each other. I didn't want to go super dark on this guy. Now, we could go with maybe like some contrasting colors. Where maybe we go with like a blue, like blues and oranges, right? Was contrasting or was those complementary? I can't remember. We got a bright orange. Those are both bright orange. What are you? How did I end up with 3 bright oranges? What is this madness? What did I do? Vintage pink, peaches, and cream. I mean, those are kind of pastel-y. Those are dusty. I would consider those to be like dusty colors. Purple cow. We used that on the other, on the dragonfly. Actually don't have hardly any purple. Oh. Gentle heather. That's kind of a dusty color. Baby duck. Kind of a dusty color too. Let's see. Did I get... I have 2 peaches and cream. Okay. I duplicated a lot of my yellows and my oranges. Do I have a dusty blue? I don't know. I've got that periwinkle. That might be the dustiest blue that I've got. Colonial is more of like a gray. I'm looking at stickers. I'm sorry I didn't pick out colors ahead of time. But I was like, oh, it's fine. And then I was like, I still have a half an hour. I can pick out the colors in that time. And then I had to go to the bathroom. And then suddenly I was late starting. So I was like, shit. No, that's not really dusty though. Like, anything you might be a better choice if we're gonna go with a blue. We could always make like the dots brighter colors. Let me see what I've got for green. We haven't incorporated any greens into anything yet. Not like real greens. Might have like a dusty mint, maybe? That's sea glass. We have a sagey mint. A laurel. A celery shoot. That's a sprout. That's not really a dusty color though. Desert cactus. That could be kind of a dusty color. Didn't I already pull out a laurel? Maybe not. I might have put it back. Like something that's like a little bit muted. The celery is a little bit muted, but like slightly pastel-y, but also the sagey mint. It's close to this color though. Kind of hoping for something a little more deeper. Like those two are definitely different. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7. You are bleached sand. That might be a good color combo. Like the laurel's not bad, but I think we'll go with desert cactus. Okay. So let me toss all of my paint buckets back into my big container. I have a slightly larger container that's housing all of these smaller containers. Because that's what we gotta do sometimes. Okay. See, I really wish Stream Boo would stop coming in here. Wasting my time. We're gonna submit that. We're gonna block. They just made this account too. Start banning IPs, damn it. Okay. Now. I need a lid. Oh. Wonderful. This is the lid that we used last time. Okay, so now we need to figure out who's gonna go where. Right? So we've got... Oh, this guy doesn't have a sticker, but we've got these guys, right? So we have to figure out who's gonna live where. And that's if we use all of the colors. I'm thinking that the bit in the middle here some water in my cup. Well, actually, let me do that differently. Let me put you in the little cup. Although I think this was my needle felting cup. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I have a bunch of these cups. Alright, so let go. So we have to give these a really good shake because I haven't used them yet. So how about we do baby duck there, right? Okay, so I'm just trying to color key this real quick. Alright, so we've got baby duck there. Not even sure I'm going to use all these colors, but we might. Alright, what is this? This is peaches and cream. Shake this guy real good. I haven't used this one yet at all. How do I have a piece of glitter on here? This guy needs a bit more shaken. So that one we go peaches and cream for that circle of coloring. Okay. So how many of these are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so I'm thinking for these that we alternate between the two shades of green. This guy feels like he is very full. I want to get your plastic off here, my guy. Ooh, that hurt. Come on. Sometimes these plastics are so stubborn. Oh, right. I'm gonna need to get my black out too. Alright, so who is this one? This one is the sea glass. Oh shit. That's not what I wanted. Sea glass, skip, sea glass, skip. Sea glass, skip, sea glass, skip. Sea glass, skip. Sea glass, skip. Sea glass, skip. Sea glass. Okay. So I'm just kind of trying to work out where I want the placement now before I get too far and be like, oh shit, I should have done this. So that's why I'm trying to work this out now. It's another one that's going to be stubborn. Seems like it. Oh, really? Only part of it came... twice only part of it came off. What the heck? There we go. Alright, so this is Desert Cactus. Alright, this is a slightly darker one, but still kind of muted. I'm gonna do D. And I'm doing it that way because then I figure we can do like dots or some kind of design with the opposite color in there. Like with the lighter color on the darker and the darker on the lighter kind of thing. Is where I'm thinking of going with that. Okay, so we just have this outer bit to figure out here. So I have 4 colors left to choose from. I don't necessarily know that I'm using all 4. We could, in theory, go 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know that I want to do that necessarily. So how about we grab, what is this? Vintage pink. We were originally going to use this on the dragonfly background, and then I changed my mind. So let me get this shook up here. That's not a bad pink. So I think at the very least, we're going to do this side of it. Oh, no, that wasn't right. That side, that side, that side, right? Or no, did I fuck up? Pink center, pink center. Pink center, 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 pink center. Okay, this might not end up being pink. Pink center, pink center, pink center. Okay. I might just do both of these triangle-y guys, or trapezoids, in pink. I don't know what the hell they are. rectangles. So if we go with the vintage pink on those big guys, it's got us down to 3. We could grab, what is this, Gentle Heather. If we can get Gentle Heather open. Ah, let go. That a good shaky, shaky, shaky. This is a little bit brighter, even though the cap had it a little bit dusty. So if we go vintage or Gentle Heather, excuse me. On our side pieces here. That leaves us this one color in the middle. Now, we could, in theory, bring the heather into here as well, but I'm kind of thinking maybe we go with something a little bit different. And I'm kind of leaning towards the blue, and I might outline some of this, maybe in the sand color, maybe, or we might do some extra dotty bits in the sand. But I think hopefully this won't be too overpowering. This is Provence Sky. It might be a little bright. If I could get you... Oh, there we go. To cooperate here, that would be super stupendous. Okay. So if we go... Oh, that is pretty bright. But it might be just what we need. Okay. So I think that's a pretty good color combo here. Now we figure out what color we want to start with first. Probably our first color here. So let me line everybody up. You guys can at least see our color selection here. I don't know why my desk is crooked. Let me see if I can fix this, because this is bugging the fuck out of me now. It's still crooked, but it's a little better. I somehow managed to make my desk shift at times. And then the husband tried to fix it the other day because he's like, oh no, this is being weird. And I think he made it worse. So I haven't cleaned this since... I haven't cleaned our lid since Dragonfly, so... It'll come off, I just was lazy. I don't think I'm gonna need a whole lot of this. Now, I do not know how long it will take us to paint this guy. I don't know that we'll be finished it today. It's 12:30 already. It probably won't be done today. Because, yeah, it also depends on how many coats of each color I need to do here. Like, our little test line of color doesn't mean a whole lot. And it's just a little tiny dot. Doesn't really tell me how good the coverage is going to be once we actually start getting down into it. But no, it definitely won't be done today because I still have to do our black touch up. For sure. And again, if you are concerned with how many coats it might take your particular paint of choice to cover this on the black background, you can start with a white background and then just paint around your design black in the end. Or you can just paint your little shape white if you have a problematic color or you want it to pop a little bit more. If you think the black undertone is going to be a little problematic. These diamonds, even though we traced them out, they're all going to be different because it's me. Although, to be fair, it wasn't the cleanest transfer. Even my transfer was a little wobbly. If I wanted a cleaner transfer, I probably would have had to do the tracing paper or the graphite, like the actual graphite transfer paper. I think they still make that, but I found that stuff to be very expensive. I think you can get multiple uses out of it though, but if you are really tight budgeted like I am, then sometimes it's just easier and more cost effective to make your own. So I'm probably going to end up doing at least 2 coats on this color. Gosh, if we were trying to do this in the other paint, I'd have to put white down first. Because we did use the other brand of paint on the other one that we did, where we enlarged the stencil. Right? And a couple of those colors took me almost 5 coats to get the color to pop appropriately and not be super transparent. Okay. I will end up doing a maintenance rinse on this brush. Before we dive into pass number 2. I might have to do 3. We'll see. So one of the games that I was originally thinking of streaming on the channel that I was really excited for it to come out. I don't know if we're going to be streaming it now because the controls aren't rebindable. And that's usually a big wall for me. It is controller compatible, but I wasn't enjoying using the controller at all. Like, my hands don't really like using the controller that much. For Katamari, I can kind of tough it out, because at least those controls make sense. But the controls, even on the controller, felt weird. And I still don't know how much it is. They have yet to post how much it's going to be priced at. And I think it goes live in like 4 days. So, yeah. They didn't do pre-orders or anything on it, which I found interesting. And there has been so much feedback about the demo, begging them to put in to make it rebindable, and it's been radio silence. They haven't responded or commented to that in the demo. I don't know if they're going to or not. They have not come back and said, oh, it's rebindable in the game, just not in the demo. They haven't even said that. And I'm like, okay. So far, the feedback from the demo has not been good. Because apparently it's a very simplistic game and people thought there was going to be more to it. But it doesn't seem like there's going to be. So if I manage to scrounge up the cash for this, I like to get my money's worth when we're going to be streaming it, right? Like Coral Island, we've more than got our money's worth. We have been playing that for some time now. Like a year and a half at this point. So I consider that more than well enough spent. Yeah, it has its issues. And I've been finding a couple of bugs popping up recently. And I think they're still working on multiplayer. I don't know how their I don't know how their multiplayer test went because I'm not in their Discord. They haven't done a newsletter recently, and I feel like they should have by now. Updating people. They did do some crash hot fixes. I think the beginning of February. That seems to be the last bit of news I've seen from them, but even so, and I do have some complaints about it. Like, I feel like maybe the option to upgrade stuff, either they forgot they put it in on some things and it's not actually in the game yet, or they're planning on adding it later. I don't know. But that seems a little weird. But at least I finally looked it up and realized other people were having the same issue, and they're like, yeah, you gotta just buy a second barn right now. And I was like, oh, okay, well, at least I'm not fully crazy that I couldn't get this upgrade menu to appear. But dang it, why is the upgrade menu here if we can't upgrade it yet? Kind of thing. But I didn't play very much of the demo because I was getting frustrated with the controls. I think I was in there maybe 15 minutes at the most. And I was just kind of like, okay. Not feeling this. And that's not a good sign. We are on pass number 2 now. Or coat number 2, I guess. The second coat looks pretty good on this color. I don't know if I'm going to need to do a third. Yellows are always a little bit tricky. So it can be a little hard to figure out how many coats on it you're going to need. Okay. So everybody's Monday. It's gotten off to an alright start at the very least. I know Mondays can be a bit of a struggle. But with the way people work nowadays, it could be your Friday. Okay. Now you don't have to do this with acrylic paint. You could also do it with maybe gouache. Or you could do it with watercolor and add some Zentangly aspects to it as well. There's a multitude of things you could do with this. That feels kind of like a sunflowery kind of color. Not quite a bright sunflower, but a duller yellow. Sunflower at the very least. Ended up putting way too much paint down, and that's not a very large drop of paint. But part of me is like, oh no. Always bugs me when I put too much paint down. Even though this paint is not that expensive, it's expensive when you're on a budget. I might do... Oh. That wasn't... I don't think that was glitter earlier. I think it was a piece of tape that stuck. Oh, goodness. This tape, man. Could not get it to stick to anything the last time I used it. And now I can't get rid of it. What the heck? Alright, I'm just gonna rinse my brush out here really good. I kind of want to do one more pass on that because there's some spots on it that still look a little thin here. Trying to make sure I get all of that off of there. Like, I don't want that hanging around when I go to seal it. Or even do my pass of cleanup coat black here. So 3 coats on this yellow is probably going to be our good spot here. Don't know about the other shades yet. This could be our main problematic color. We'll see. And I can try to clean up any weirdness that my hand decided to do there, so. My hand got a little carried away on that one. Okay. Okay, this should be the last pass I need to do on this color. At least it feels like it at this point. Okay. Gosh, this one got a little carried away, didn't it? Well, I might be able to clean that up with the black paint. I have to figure out what black paint we're going to clean it up with. I think there's 2 different ones that I picked up. I remembered picking up something called soft black, and I think there's another one. Okay. Did we make it all the way around yet? I don't know if that we did. I kind of lost track. I don't think we did we? If we did, then this one dried super fast. Alright. This guy cleaned up here as best as we can. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and rinse that. I'm gonna get some fresh water here. Don't have to, if you don't want to. But I kind of just want a little bit of freshener. Hey, my back is killing me today. And this monitor is killing me. Like, every slight shift I do, it's just flashing on and off. Okay. Did manage to get a little bit of video editing done. Oh, no, that's not good. What the heck? My lid's broken. Alright, well the paint's still coming out, so that's something, at least. What the heck? What the heck, Americana? Got paint on my fingers now. That was probably way too much paint. There's like hardly any there, but it's probably like way too much. Okay. So we're going to start to fill in this shape now. So like my main goal with coverage here is to cover my my swatch sort of that I did. My little reminder of what was going to be what color here. Of course, the little dot that I did that was super concentrated and not spread out was going to be a lot thicker. So as I'm coming back in and now painting in the rest of it, you can kind of see where I did my little how does this look here and reminder of where I wanted to put the stuff. This shade is definitely going to need another pass. So this is our Peaches and Cream. Okay. Now, I didn't paint in our dots yet. I'm still not certain what I'm doing with those. I had talked about maybe using our rhinestones on these, or on this one. So we could potentially put the rhinestones on those spots. So I might paint those spots white with that sand color. Not technically white, but that off-white color. Because the rhinestones have to go on absolutely last. And I actually need to clean up some of them. I don't want to put the sealer over the rhinestone, because it's gonna change how the color on it looks. Slightly. I don't think it'll shine as much. Haven't tested it, but I've done it with glitter, where it was super sparkly, and then I sealed it, and then it just looked dull. Okay. So far, these color choices seem to be working pretty well. For the most part. Considering I was originally going to do something a little bit more bright, I think, at least for this one, these colors seem to be working. I also wasn't sure if I wanted to do like just one color family. Wasn't sure if I wanted to go with just like all pink or all blue or all green, but that is also another option. I definitely need to write down what pinks and purples I have when I go to get more paint, because I don't have all the colors. I'm not sure how many shades they have. In this brand. But it looks like I duplicated a couple colors by accident. I'm not sure if that's because the color was in the wrong spot, or if it had two homes, like a double facing on the counter, or if I just lost track of where I had pulled from. Oh gosh, now this looks like little tiny birds staring at me. Damn it, brain. As I was painting in this little offset square, or rotated square, I'm like, oh, those circles look like tiny eyeballs, and I'm seeing like little bird beaks staring at me. And of course I didn't see it beforehand. Well, I'd probably have a tough time giving something away that looked like little tiny bird faces open. Because then I'd be tempted to put wiggle eyes there. Just have like a tiny, an entire circle of wiggle eyes. Somebody'd be like, what the heck? Is this monstrosity? And I would just have to shrug and be like, I don't know. It felt right. Do you not see the little tiny birdie beaks? And they would probably look at it sideways and be like, no. And then it would be awkward. And then I'd be left with like, oh, neither do I. Okay, second pass coming in. So these pastel-y colors, I'm definitely feeling them on this project, but they definitely need at least 2 coats. On the black backgrounds. On the white background, you might have been able to get away with 1 maybe, but I'm not sure. Really depends on the shade, because even on some of these colors, like when we were doing the dragonfly, that was on a white background before we painted it. And a bit of that needed a couple of coats too. Definitely, depending on the shade. But then again, I'm just using craft paint. I'm not using like high-end artist tubes of Liquitex or Dalerani or anything. I kind of prefer the craft paints. I know that sounds silly. Although one of them, and I'm not sure which brand it is off the top of my head, it might be Golden, has a liquid paint now. Like, that's not just like the tubes, like, has some liquid bottles. But I haven't tried them. Because, you know, budget. Wow, that wind. I don't know if the wind chimes are getting picked up by my microphone or not. They might not be. But it is pretty loud out there on our front porch. And the one outside cat was actually in the little house that we made earlier this morning, I guess, just to get out of the wind. It's not that terribly cold out. It's a little chilly. It's supposed to go down into the 20s, high 20s, I think tomorrow night, which is kind of aggravating because then we're gonna have to drip the faucets again. Oh, that might have been what I was getting at earlier when I was telling the husband. He's like, you're saying this like we have to do something. And I think my brain was leading up to we're gonna have to drip the faucets. And then I forgot where I was trying to get to, and then I was just kind of like, I'm just letting you know. But we're supposed to have some real nasty weather tomorrow morning. I might only need to do 2 passes on this color. We'll see. I need to see how much this paint is from Michael's. Because that's not where I got it from originally. But it might be good to know. At least for future reference. I might do one more pass on this. I'm kind of looking at where we've already done second coat. And it's not terrible. But it could do with maybe one more cleanup pass. Still a little thin in some spots. All right. Getting this filled in here. All right, so I'm going to do a maintenance rinse just to make sure that nothing's getting dried in my brush that I don't want to be there. Now, I could get away without doing a third pass on this color, but I think one more pass will give it that final opacity that I was looking for. Okay. This guy, all sorts of filled in. Like, the chalk pencil doesn't do too bad. Like, I haven't rubbed it off yet. Especially with how much my hand's been laying on the thing, but I have noticed on past projects that if it takes me too long to get stuff filled in, that it can wear off. So just something to be mindful of if you use the chalk pencil method. Alright. So good thing about this paint is that it dries pretty quick. There is a cat meowing somewhere in this house. And I don't know if it's Littles or Peabut. I can definitely hear them. Usually that's a Peabody thing. But I don't know where he is. So I'm not sure if it's him. Sometimes Ed'll do it too. I wanted to wring his neck the other night. Maybe it was last night. I had just replaced the dog's water bowl in our room. Went to the bathroom and came back to get into bed, and he had dropped one of his toy mice in it. I wasn't gone more than maybe 10 minutes, and I was like, dude, what? I was like, I just saw you sitting in the other room. You weren't even playing with this thing then. It's like, what the heck? I just switched out the bowls. I even almost dropped the bottle of water that I was filling it with. My hand was like, I don't want to hold this anymore. I'm like, wait, what? No. And ended up spilling some of it onto the husband's clothes that he had folded up on a shelf near where the water bowl was, because of how I tried to catch it. And I think that's good there. So far, it's not bad. Now, you don't have to keep getting clean water when you switch colors. I'm just in that kind of mood today because I'm doing like maintenance rinses in between each layer. Okay, so what is this? This is our sea glass. So this is going to be the ones that have the S's on them. So make sure we are good and shooketh. Sorry, I was hearing a weird noise. I don't know what it is. Just wanted to check to make sure none of the animals were somewhere being ill. Might actually be in the background of the song that I'm listening to. That's a very nice color. Sometimes the hardest part is figuring out color placement. Once you narrow it down to what shades you want to use. Kind of why I did a little tiny swatchy color. I was trying to see how it was going to look. And see if I liked it there. And B, it was also the reminder of, hey, you wanted this color here. So it kind of had a dual purpose. That cactus is a pretty color. Because these are drying a little bit darker than when they went on. So, the stickers, some of them were close. So, like, this is what it looks like wet. And then that's the sticker color. So, I mean, it's a little bit lighter. We'll check back on it once it's dry. I've seen where some colors are a little bit closer than others. So if you're really unsure, it never hurts to swatch some colors. No matter what you're using, gouache, colored pencil, heck, even crowns, pastels. This one's gonna need at least 2 coats, if not 3. And I might just do with 3 just to keep up with the fact that we've done 3 on everybody so far. Okay. But so far, I'm definitely enjoying these colors comboed together. Now, if you didn't want as many colors, that's fine. You can definitely pare it down and just alternate the colors a little bit more. That is quite possible. I'm up to the 4th live stream of one of those speed felts that I still owe you guys. I was gonna try to get some done this morning when we came back early, but then time just kind of vanished. So that's okay. I will work on that tonight. See if I can get through another half hour or so of video, because I'm slow and get distracted fairly easily. So proud of myself. Yesterday I got through like an hour and 15 minutes worth of video. Like raw video, edited down. Kind of depends. Oh shit. It kind of depends on what section of video I'm in as to how fast it goes. If I'm in a section that I have to do a lot of cuts in, then it's going to take a lot longer. You okay? Mm-hmm. All right. So I'm gonna do a maintenance rinse here. Now remember, we were skipping those guys on purpose. Because we're gonna do the cactus color. So, I mean, that is still a little bit lighter than the sticker, but the paint that we did on the sticker did melt right in. You can just barely see it, so it's close on that one. Okay. So this is pass number 2. Oh gosh, pass number 2 might be enough on this color. Like, it just might be. Okay. We'll see how it looks when we get done the second coat on everybody here. Now we do have another mandala pattern. Actually, I might have 2 more that we haven't used yet. So there's a chance we could do those, or we could do something just completely freeform and abstract-y. That is also a possibility. But so far on this color must have a lot of white in it. Because so far, I am liking this coat too. Pretty good here. Okay. Oh gosh, yeah, we probably definitely ended up with too much of this color out, but I wasn't sure how many passes we were going to have to do. I know that seems ridiculous because there's hardly any paint here, but like I was saying earlier, even the smallest bit of unused paint hurts. I feel like I've failed the paint dollop somehow. The paint puddle. Okay, I think we're only going to need to do 2 on that color. The other ones, as they're drying, they're looking pretty good. Okay. So the next color in this circle is the Desert Cactus. This one definitely needed a good shaking. Okay, this one's not broken. Okay, we'll go with just a small amount there. Okay, so this is our darker. Hopefully this is still gonna look right. So far. I was feeling pretty good about this. So definitely a second pass on this color. Well, I kind of like it. It kind of feels a little southwesty, kind of. Not exactly, but kind of. Actually thinking I might take this peach color and maybe do a like dot detail on this dark color and then use this dark color on that lighter sea glass. That might be interesting. But so far these colors feel like they are working pretty well with one another. I do like the alternating colors in that section. I wasn't sure if it was going to be too much. But so far, this looks pretty good. Okay. Getting this guy. Alright, so we've got two more on this color. Now I didn't put in the white dots yet. I am going to save that for my dotting tools. So I figure we'll get our base colors put in here, right? And then I might clean up the background at that point. Or maybe I'll do the dots first and then clean up the background. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll get this line put into here. And totally get carried away and paint over our edge line. And need to fix that. Okay, just trying to keep my edge lines a little bit crisp there, if possible. Yeah, I'm gonna do one more pass on this color. I technically don't necessarily need it, but I can see the little D that I used to mark out my color. So just to try to clean that up a little bit. But, oh, I never got a drink. Okay, hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 second, you guys. I need to get a drink. I will be right back. Sorry about that. Went to get a drink and I'm like, ah, where's my drink? And then I realized I never got one. Okay. So we'll do pass number 2. And really, if I hadn't been able to see my little color key letter that I had put on here through that first coat of paint, then 1 pass would have been enough on this color. But I could see it, and I was worried that it would still be visible after doing whatever dotting I decide to do on here. Yeah, you know what? I think after we get all of the base colors in, I think I am going to clean up everything then with our pass on our black paint, and then we'll come back and do our dotting stuff. Seems like that's going to be the better idea. That way I'm not having to paint around dotty guys or anything. Okay. And to be perfectly honest, that letter shape is not really visible on all of them either. So I probably could have gotten away without doing a second coat on some of these darker ones. But then I was afraid the color would be off, so we'll just go ahead and thicken everybody up. It's not like we have that many to work through anyhow. Alright, we've got 2 more. That's really the only one that really was a thin pass, I feel like. Where I can see the canvas shining through in some sections. Oh gosh. Sorry. My eye suddenly felt gloopy. Like it was too wet, but not exactly watery. Ah, allergies. Gotta love it. I think my Benadryl's worn off already. Okay. This guy. Finish filling him in here. Okay. So we'll rinse the brush on that. Alright, next up is our vintage pink. Again, we want to make sure that we've shaked that really good. Hello, JR. How are you? Hope you're having a good day. We are currently working on a mandala painting. This was from a stencil that I had, but the stencil was like 3 inches or so. So we enlarged it a little bit. And this is on an 8x8 canvas. And we transferred it on over. The canvas started out as black to begin with. And we are slowly putting in our base colors here. And once we get our base colors painted in, we will come in with our black paint and clean up the background. Because whatever they primed this with, I guess some kind of black gesso, it's already scuffed. It was scuffed when I took it out of the packaging. And it'll also clean up any smudges that we had while transferring our design and clean up our lines a little bit and try to make them a little bit sharper in some spots. Doing okay, thanks. First session with a personal trainer today, so my body is feeling it. How about yourselves? And looks cool, thanks. Yeah, I just didn't want to take, I don't want anybody to think I made the design entirely myself. We modified the stencil to add this little section that's going to be purple and this section that's going to be blue. It was just these pink sections on the outer edge. But we have modified this. Personal trainer, huh? I need to get back on my treadmill walking. It's just been difficult because I've been so tired. And my not wanting to sleep at normal person hours is starting to want to take over again. When I can get up at like 6, then I've got time to do it. But now that the doggo is demanding to go to the borking place every morning, as soon as he's done having his breakfast, that makes things a little bit difficult. Before I would make him wait until I was done, but he would be pacing behind me the whole time and like side-eyeing me, and I'm like, I can't handle this attitude. And we were originally getting up at like 5:36 during the summer. Plus, we still had the residual of being up at that time of the morning from traveling the end of September and having to be up early so my mom could get her morning cigarette. And when we first, like before we left, she was sleeping till like 8 or so. And I'm like, oh, this is nice. We get the house to ourselves. It's quiet. We can just slowly wake up before we have to jump into the day. And then she started getting up when we did. And I'm like, what? You haven't gotten up this early in forever. What are you doing? But it takes me almost 40 minutes to do a mile on the treadmill at the speed that I walk at. I know it's not very good, but it's not bad for me. I was slowly building myself up to try to get it done a little bit faster. Because I could really haul ass in my walking when I was working retail. Having to be stationed in a department that was the farthest corner from the registers that you could get. And them deciding that I was going to be the first call for register. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Well, you've got the smallest department. Yeah, and it's also the department that needs quite a lot of attention, but okay. Did you ever do couch to 5K? No. No. The most I've ever walked in a full ass day, I think, was like a little over 6 miles. And that was spread out through the day. And that was when we were just on vacation. Because we were down at the one end of the main street. It was about a mile, maybe a mile and a quarter, the entire length of the street from one end to the other. And we walked back and forth from the hotel down to get breakfast, then lunch, then like sunset and dinner, and it was like a mile each way, roughly. And then we're like, we're just gonna have lunch delivered to the hotel on the days that we decided to lunch. But no, I've never done that. I can't imagine. And we're still getting some walking in the morning with the dogs. Just not that much because they're like, oh, I want to smell everything. You felt amazing when you used to do it. The first few weeks were a struggle, but once you got going, yeah. Like, I was awarding myself with extra stickers on my chore chart. To try to keep me motivated, because once I got to a certain number of stickers, I could get X number of dollars for art supplies. But I just haven't had the will to do it, and we had to stop our sticker chart for right now until we get some things sorted out here with my mother-in-law, and we get through this next trip that we're trying to do. So that my mom can go see my brother. Because he used to always be at our house, and I think it's been tough on her not really being able to see him very much. And I don't think she's going to be up to traveling very much soon. And he's been having all of his health struggles this year. He was all set to have his heart surgery. He was finally going to go through with it, and then the insurance denied it. They're like, no, we're not paying for this here. You didn't get it approved yet. So they ended up kicking him out, and he had to go home, and then he had to see a different doctor. And I don't know if he's going back to Miami to have it done yet, or if they only approved it for the other hospital. That I don't know. I'm not even sure when that's supposed to be. I think they said it was definitely happening now. But I don't remember when that was supposed to be. When you say it was a struggle, you were lazy, get back in lockdown, you think it was 5 minutes of walking, 1 minute of jogging, and so on, and it gradually changes. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I was having to do a minimum of 30 minutes on the treadmill. I was trying to be a little less fluffy when for whenever we managed to get back down that way again, because we really liked the hotel. The only problem with it was its location. The location was good, but the location was bad at the same time. But it was in our price range for the side of the island that it was on. And we absolutely love their pool. It is actually heated. You can tell it's heated. And it's one of the bigger pools for a small motel on that island in that area. And the price was not bad considering the property next door to us, I think, was almost double. Plus one of the days we extended, we got a really good deal because of the storm. We had to add 2 days to our trip because of one of the hurricanes. Actually, 2 hurricanes. There was 2 storms that were a problem for us. Like, half the hotels were like giving like steep discounts, like almost 40% off on one of the days. Because they were like at less than half capacity for the one hurricane. Which was weird because they weren't under any kind of evacuation. I guess people are like, oh, they're going to get evacuated. We're not going to be able to go. I'm like, we're going unless there's an evacuation. Because it's not going to make a direct hit. It barely sideswiped. There was some flooding. But, that was quite the workout for us. But I will say I didn't gain any weight while we were away. So we were walking enough to balance out what we were eating. Plus it was nice having access to a pool again. And the pool wasn't overly busy. The one afternoon it was a little busy with the one group that was there. There was a whole bunch of ladies traveling. with each other. I don't know if it was family or just a friend group or a book club or something. I don't know. But it sounded like they traveled quite a bit with each other from time to time. I'm not really sure how they were all interconnected. It didn't sound like they were related necessarily. At least not all of them. And the only time there sounded like there was younger kids in the pool was at times when we were heading to dinner or heading to sunset, because we had to head out about 4:35 p.m. to make the walk down to Sunset Celebration at Mallory Square. Although I will say that was a tough walk in the temperatures. I was sweating like a pig. Oh. I thought I had overpacked and then realized I didn't with how much I was sweating. Because the feels like temperatures a few days was like 106, 105 Fahrenheit. Triple digits. Plus the humidity. So like it would be like 90 some degrees and then the humidity was like 95% and I'm like, "Oh my god. Why? The last time we came this time of year it wasn't this bad." But I will say I enjoyed it being warmer that time of year than when we traveled in February. The end of January, beginning of February. It was so cold. Like the locals were freezing. They had like big ass winter coats on, and the husband and I have like a hoodie on and some pants. And they were shivering. They were trying to get they had like all kinds of like patio heater things going and these big ass heat torches and everything. They were so cold. All the wait staff for the outside cafes had coats on. And they're like, "It's never this cold here. We don't have heaters in our houses." It's like, oh shit. Yes, 105. That was like the feels like temperature. Like the base temperature would be like 90 something, and then when the humidity was factored in, it was it felt like it was 105, 106 a couple of days. That we were walking like a mile each way. So like 2 miles round trip for sunset and dinner. And depending on what else we were doing, we might have a couple days we skipped breakfast and we just ate some of the chocolate chip cookie that I had in the hotel room. And some days we walked about a half mile, I guess, down to breakfast. Some days we walked down for lunch and for dinner. That is almost double what a good summer day is for you. Yeah, it was a little toasty down there. At least there was some kind of breeze a little bit of the time. But the one day that we spent mostly at the pool to give our feet a rest, I got wicked sunburned, even though I had sunblock on. Just sitting next to the pool, I got like wicked sunburnt. So I had been eyeing these like SPF shirts when we first got there, but they were a little pricey. So I didn't end up getting one, and then I had to get two because I got so sunburnt. The sun just like being out in the sun hurt at that point, and I was like, God damn it. And so like halfway through the trip I was switching between two different ones. I saved one for the pool and one for when we were heading down to Sunset because it was so there was like no shade at Sunset whatsoever to try to hide from the sun. But if you didn't get there early enough, then you didn't get a good spot to get pictures. It was so crowded. Typical summer months is 14°C, 57 Fahrenheit, to 23°C, 73 Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's a big difference even from where we're at now. We had many days that were straight up feels like almost 104 up to 110 here in Arkansas. It was pretty bad. Where we might move to, they did have a few warm days. The one real estate website was like, oh, heat is a major factor here. They've had more than 5 days at like 103, and I'm like, that's fine. It's at a lower elevation, and we'll be closer to the beach. So, not that I, go and sit on the beach for hours at a time. Although, when we had the opportunity, we were too exhausted and too broke to do so because the beaches in New Jersey, you had to buy a beach tag. And the beach tag money was how they maintained the beaches. I don't know if Virginia requires beach tags or not, but I've never been to Virginia Beach. But it would be within a day's drive if we move there, like half a day's drive. And it won't be quite so far south. Yeah, they have. You think you would pass out? Yeah, they have. In New Jersey, they have this patrol of people, and some people stationed at some of the beach entrances where you'd have to buy a tag. It wasn't very much. It might have been $5 or so for the day. I'm sure it was probably cheaper if you bought one for the season, but if you got stopped by the patrol on the beach and you didn't have your little pin, it was like a plastic pin on your towel or on you or something, they like made you buy one or you had to leave the beach. But it helped to I don't know if it helped pay for the lifeguards, but I think it helped pay to keep the beaches clean because people here are animals and just throw their trash wherever. Now, I do not believe the beaches in Florida have beach tags. But the ones in Jersey do. At least during on season, like during the summer. If it's off season, like winter or whatever, or early spring, then you could get away without having one. But like peak tourist season, it was probably just a ploy to get money from the tourists, who the fuck knows. But like I think after Memorial Day here, or starting Memorial Day, which kicks off summer season, well, excuse me, for New Jersey, then you had to have it. I'm gonna do a maintenance rinse on this brush because paint looked like it was starting to dry in it. And I don't want that to happen. Although it looks like it kind of started to. But, I mean, you could go to the boardwalk. And that was free. You just had to find where to park. Sometimes you had to pay to park. But if you took the bus down, you didn't have to worry about parking. And that's what we did, though the bus ride was about 45 minutes from where we were, just outside of Atlantic City, down to Ocean City. I didn't really like Atlantic City's boardwalk. There really wasn't much to do on Atlantic City's boardwalk. It was mostly casinos. But the Ocean City boardwalk had some like small little amusement parks, a couple of arcades, all kinds of food, little touristy shops you could go into, all kinds of mini golf. Though the one amusement park there, they had to sell. They didn't survive very long after COVID. They tried to hang in there, but I think they just sold this past winter. I think it'd been there like 75 years or something, run through the family. I guess they just couldn't afford to keep it going anymore. So that was kind of sad. I don't know what they're putting there. It's probably going to be fucking condos. Or some kind of hotel or something for tourists. That town has got more than enough places for tourists to stay. It's bad enough that when I was there last, it was hard enough to find a place to park during the summer. You almost had to take the bus in because there was no place to park. And if you could find parking, it was through the nose. So expensive. But a lot of what I had remembered when I was younger being motels, like right on the edge of the boardwalk, have now become condos. Shitty condos, tiny condos, but condos. Or timeshares. And I'm like, really? Who wants to spend money on a fucking timeshare where you only get 1 week a year for something that's worse than like an efficiency apartment, like, or like a studio? Like, what the hell? What is this? This is not what I would pay for a timeshare. Number one, I don't think I could ever do a timeshare because those are so expensive. Paying all that money for only to be able to use it 1 week a year, if you're lucky. If you're lucky, you can use it more than once, but it's usually just 1 week a year. They didn't go onto the Ocean City, New Jersey, not to be confused with Ocean City, Maryland, which also I hear has an impressive boardwalk. Um, don't know if it actually is, but I think their beach is better than Ocean City, New Jersey. But I didn't go on the beach very much because I guess I really just didn't want to pay for the beach tag, and we were working overnights while we were up there, so it was a real damn struggle to screw over our sleep schedule, our sleep pattern, to spend a day on the beach because then we'd have to be up during the day. The times that we did go, we tried to get there like early afternoon to go mini golfing on the boardwalk, and that was either for our birthdays or our anniversary because it was an inexpensive date, all things considered. So I think mini golf was maybe $10 to $15 a person, depending on which course we played, which business we decided to go to. And then we just needed money for snacks and the bit of money we needed for our bus fare that went over our bus pass zones. So, I mean, it wasn't so bad. One thing I miss about New Jersey is the food. The food is not the same here. Like, I hate the food here so much. We had really good pizza places, Italian restaurants. We had really good Chinese food restaurant that we enjoyed at least. And it is nothing here like it was there. So I definitely miss the food there. But we can't afford to live in New Jersey. Not anymore.
Oh, we never could, really.
No, the two of us couldn't. Not alone, at least. We would have to have roommates or something. And the only person I'd really be comfortable roommating with at this point would be Tyler. But that's because we know the boy. I don't know if I would want to buy a house and then rent out part of it to someone I don't know. But I'm weird like that, so. But the property tax in New Jersey at this point is a couple grand. I think the smallest place I saw was like 1,200. And that might have been for a 2-bedroom. In not the greatest town. Compared to the property taxes that we pay here, which are under 500 for this place. So I've been kind of looking at the average property tax from recent years on places that we think we might be able to afford if we sold this place. Up in Virginia. But Virginia wouldn't be a bad location for us. Now, some property tax is bad, but I was looking at a couple of towns that we could probably pull off. But if we ended up going there, then we could go to Virginia Beach more often. Or go to the beach more often. There's the zoo in DC, the Smithsonian Zoo. We've never been to that, or at least I haven't. I'm not sure if the husband was there. If he was there, he went once, eons ago. But I just, growing up within 15-20 minutes of the beach, and then coming here to be entirely landlocked, it's quite an experience, I will say that. I'm not really a fan of it. Okay, so we're going to start our second pass here. Still have a little bit of this color left on my plate, or my container lid. So this one's definitely going to need a second pass. But so far, I'm liking how this one's turning out. Yeah, so definitely not finishing this guy today, and that's okay. We don't need to speed demon our way through everything. So next week we'll get whatever colors we don't get through. And clean up the background with the black. We still have like a half an hour to go today, but I just don't know how far we'll get on the pink. We might get the pink finished. Depends on if I need to do a third coat on the pink or not, really. I'm not sure yet. We'll see how this second pass dries. But we'll see. I've got to get some more Bear and Breakfast edited. I recorded it. Excuse me, allergies. I recorded it. I haven't edited it yet. I really need to do that. I just haven't gotten around to it yet because I still have some already scheduled to go up. So I was kind of putting it off. But maybe I'll do that tonight just to get it done. Because I need to get a bit more of that recorded. I'm almost to the end in that game, or as far as I can go until they do an update, if they do an update. I think there was talk of one that they might have been working on. But then, I think their main art person ended up falling ill. So they haven't been able to push forward with working on updates very quickly. From what I understand. We had actually ended up getting back to the heat. We had ended up picking up a couple rechargeable fans towards the end of our our trip down to Key West that we ended up bringing with us to Sunset. It was so hot. I really wanted like a couple of like camping chairs to sit on at sunset. But then we would have had to carry them from the hotel every night. There and back. And then dealt with them at dinner. Unless we drove down a little bit closer and then we could have just like dropped them in our car. But then we would have had to struggle to find parking and then pay for parking. Alright, so I need some more of our pink. So we might have to do a third coat on the pink. And that's okay. That's not a big deal. I mean, we did 3 coats on the yellow, so I mean, that's what it is. Some shades need a little extra coatage here. And as silly as it sounds, those little rechargeable fans came in handy because we had a power outage not too long after we got back. I think, oh, it was with a tornado, on Halloween. Our power went out. The tornado missed our house, but it did go through part of town. And the power was out for almost like 5 hours, and it got very warm. And I could not sleep without a fan. I need to see if that fan is charged. I don't remember if we recharged it. I mean, it wasn't the greatest fan, but it was something. You know? Okay. This guy pops into here. I don't know if my husband is in the shower or if he's in the bathroom. Like if he's just going to the bathroom, but I can hear one of the cats meowing their heads off outside the bathroom door. And I'm only like catching like the tail end of the high pitched of their meow. So I think it might be Little. She tends to like panic meow outside the bathroom door whenever he's in the shower. Oh, hey Zorts. Thanks for the resub. Appreciate that. Yeah, we need to do something for resubscribe on that. We just haven't gotten around to changing it so it's the same one that shows up on the base subscribe. How are you, sir? Yeah, I'm thinking 3 passes on this color is what we're gonna need on this guy. Doing alright off from work this week. Oh, is this a good thing? Is this a scheduled vacation week? Or did something happen? Is this a good week off from work? I hope. Did you ever get your car sorted? Forgot all about it with the way life has been crashing down around us lately. Good thing. Oh, you're getting the new car. Oh, hey, yeah. Ah, okay. Oh, that's right. I saw you doing a countdown in the Discord. That's good. Yeah, I just happened to think about your car. I was like, oh, wait. Did you ever get that figured out? We've been so head in the sand over here dealing with the mother-in-law these past few weeks that time kind of vanished. All I can say is it's a good thing I don't drink at all anymore. And it's probably a good thing I don't have the money to either, so. I picked up a new game for stream that we're gonna look at once we're done Coral Island, which we should be finishing up with Coral Island in the next couple of weeks, but I wanted to get the game while it was on sale. So we're gonna take a look at Moonstone Island after we're done Coral Island. I've looked at it a little bit. Like, I was in there a few minutes just making sure I could get the keys rebound, and it looks like I can. So on my little, let's see if I can stand playing this game that I had started. I got that figured out, and it's kind of interesting. It's kind of like Pokemon meets farming. Kind of. I'm still trying to figure it out, and they talk about you have to leave home for a year, and I don't know if that means that the game ends when a year's been completed away from home and what you've accomplished, or if you can keep going after that year's up. I don't know. I looked at it a little bit more the other night. I was like, no, I need to save this for stream, and then I'm like, I want to take another look at it some more. Fishing totally threw me. Fishing is weird in that game. I'm like, how the heck? But I've got it figured out now. It's still a little strange, and I have a lure on my fishing rod to slow fish down, so I can't imagine how fast they are without it. Or I have a slow down hook or something. I'm a little concerned what's going to happen when I run out of this fishing hook, but it's not that expensive, so I can get more of them. That's good. I'm glad you're excited for this other game. What's this game about anyway? I know nothing about it. The game I was excited about that was releasing this week um might end up being a total dud. And my one friend saw me in the demo and they're like, I want to see you play this on stream. And I'm like, I don't know if I can play this. It's a PlayStation 1 JRPG. Okay. I gotcha. Russell might know about it then. I was looking at Sugardew Island, but they're getting roasted on the demo, and I'm like, oh, damn. And I don't know if they led people to believe that it was going to have more substance to it, but looking at the comments on the demo, they did respond to somebody, and they're like, no, it's just a simple farm and sell game, and there's some side quests, and that's it. And people are like, yeah, this feels really empty and kind of feels not finished. And I'm like, oh. There's war, betrayal, and silly things. Interesting. Very interesting. I'll have to ask Russell if he knows anything about it. I'm kind of excited for Feltopia to come out. That looks exciting. In a weird, nerdy crafter kind of way. It's basically, it looks like it's supposed to be a platformer that has been made with needle felted stop animation. That's the only way I can describe it. And I'm definitely intrigued because it looks so different. You have 108 recruitable characters. Oh my. That's a lot of characters. That is definitely a lot of characters that they had to do dialogue and animation for, and ow. That certainly sounds like quite the work that went into that. You may avoid it then because it will probably take over. There's another game that I'm excited about coming out, but there's no release date on it yet. It just says 2025, I think. Feltopia is not supposed to come out until next year. Maybe. There's no release date listed on it, but I was talking to 9.5, and she was telling me that she was talking to one of the people that was involved in making it. And they're thinking it'll be sometime in 2026 on Feltopia. I mean, things are also always subject to change, but fingers crossed for that. The other one I'm looking forward to coming out, which hopefully it won't be a dud, and I'll be able to remap the keys on it, is Outbound. It kind of looks like a farming sim, but also a van life sim, kind of. It looked intriguing. A different take on the whole like farming cozy games kind of slower pace genre. There you are. Was that Little that was voicing her displeasure?
Yes.
Okay. Which is ridiculous because if I got up to let her get into the bathroom with you, she wouldn't go in.
Well, she was fine when I first went in there, and then the phone call happened for your mother. So I had to scramble to get out, and I guess I caught her attention.
I didn't hear the phone, right?
My cell phone.
Oh.
Yes, that's why I had to scramble to get out.
Oh, so is this appointment finally canceled?
Yes.
Okay.
And your mother is a terrible fibber. she told him that she was going to be going to New Jersey for a while, and she'll reschedule when she gets back. And it was the worst. Oh.
She could have just said, yeah, I can't afford to do this doctor's appointment right now. I'll reschedule it in a little while.
Could have, didn't.
Only took her like 2 days to try to figure out how to get a hold of the doctor's office because The other phone numbers they were calling to try to cancel this appointment kept disconnecting. I wonder if this is one of those doctor's offices that charges you a fee if you don't show up. Or if you don't cancel within a certain amount of time of your appointment. But yeah, Feltopia looks all kinds of crazy. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted. Damn it. No, no, close. No, I didn't want to open that. I didn't want to open that. Could you finish loading so I can close you? Where are you trying to open? That screen. I didn't want you. Like, dang it, Creta. You never know how long Creta's gonna take to load either. So, I'm trying to get a link. Hang on. I'll be back in a second. There we go. So, that is Feltopia. Which looks like some crazy ass shit. And then... Oh, Outbound doesn't have a release date on it either. I thought it was coming in 2025. No release date on that yet. Hopefully it actually releases. Because that looks like fun. But no, my mom decided she didn't want to get this lung scan done because they said they didn't see any sign of cancer. They thought her cough could be a couple different things at this point, but the woman's in her 80s. You know, at this point. I don't think she gives a fuck at this point. But they were saying the other tests they ran didn't indicate any kind of cancerous issues, so she really doesn't want to pay for this scan. For it to be, nah, you're fine. But we are working on reducing her smoking, so we've been slowly reducing it. We got her down to half a pack a day, and now we've reduced that by another cigarette, so she only gets 9 cigarettes a day now. Can I ask something about doctor's appointments? How expensive are they? It depends on the doctor, and it depends on your insurance. That's kind of difficult to answer. And if you don't have insurance, yeah, some...
I can give a straight answer. A doctor's appointment can cost anywhere from $200 to $600 depending on the doctor and the tests they do. That is for a non-specialist, non-scanning, like blood tests and the like.
Is that with insurance or without?
That is without.
Without.
With insurance, it depends on your insurance because each of them has a different copay. In my case, it is $35 for a doctor's visit. And then usually they cover, well, my insurance covers basic tests like blood tests and whatnot as long as they're necessary, or I haven't had any recently. The biggest problem with our healthcare here is the fact that there are insurance companies, which means everyone's trying to make money off of everybody else. So when you don't have insurance, suddenly everything costs so much more.
Yep.
Because they're busy bilking the insurance companies for as much as they can get. Because business, profits, capitalism.
Pretty much. Like, his mom had...
So rest assured, wherever you are, It's probably better.
He's in the UK.
It is absolutely better. Even though they're being shits about it recently, I know enough to know that it's still better.
Yeah. It's kind of a shit show. Like, his mom has insurance, and she was having chest pains, and she thought she knew what it was, but she wasn't 100% certain. So they took her to the emergency room, and she got a bill the other day in the mail that was actually not that bad.
No, for what it was.
For what it wasn't that bad. And that was like $285, I think, for what the insurance didn't cover. So far, when you go to the emergency room, you could be getting bills for months, depending on how different doctors bill you and how many different people saw you and what you had to have done. Unless you go to private in the UK, the only thing you pay for if a prescription fixed $10 per item unless you have a health condition or of a certain age. Yeah, and the 285, almost 300 wasn't that bad. She's got a second one sitting here, I think, for a different test or something she had done that's almost $100. That they keep sending, but she hasn't been here to get it, and we haven't told her about it. Because it's not like she's gonna pay it right now anyway. Sorry, that's a sore spot right now. Because, oh boy, has there been shenanigans afoot over here. All of the shenanigans. Okay. I think that completes pass 2. I think. And I might do a third pass on that color. But so far, this guy is not looking half bad. I'm enjoying this color scheme. I was a little unsure when I was picking these colors out. But we've got to do one more pass on the pink here. So this color. I want to do a third coat on that. And then we have our purple and our blue. So blue's gonna go in between these guys, in between our pink panels, and then the purple is gonna be on our outside little edges. But I kind of like sort of the washed out, dusty, muted tones of this. The blue might be a little bright, but it might work out okay. That blue needs to get shook really bad. But you know, it's coming out pretty good. And then once we get the third coat done on this pink, and then these two colors put in, I'm going to get our black out, and I'm going to redo the entire canvas in black because it's scuffed and smudgy. The scuffs on the corners, on the edges, it came out of the packaging that way, so that I wasn't real happy about. But it was also super cheap when I got it, so I'm not surprised. And then we will work on adding a little bit more pizzazz to it. I'll get my dotting tools out, and we'll add some dot accents. I'm thinking of taking the which color was it? I was sitting here thinking about it. We'll add some of this color onto here, and I was originally thinking this color onto there, but we might go this to there and this to here. We'll have to see. There's a couple different ways we could go about adding a little more pizzazz to that. And all these little dots in here, Those might become rhinestones. I haven't decided yet. Depends on if I can get the rhinestones I have to sparkle a little bit better than they look at the moment. But we'll see. We'll see. That might be a little too flashy though, because these guys are kind of toned down. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We don't have to add them. But the dots I'm going to do in, these dots, I'm going to do in our sand color, I think. I've got, like, this, like, whited, not bright white, it's kind of like a creamy tan. It's kind of in the same muted tones as the rest of it. So I'm going to do those in there. Maybe the center, we'll see what color the center ends up being. But yeah, so we're definitely making progress on this guy. This guy's going faster than I expected, considering I hadn't done any prep work on him. So future stream notes for the rest of the week. Tomorrow we'll be starting, is it magnet number 5, magnet number 6? I don't remember, I've lost track, but we're starting a new magnet tomorrow. Might be magnet number 6, I think. With our needle felting. I plan to start around 11 tomorrow. We will see what the weather decides what's gonna happen. We're supposed to have some really bad weather. Like 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, hail, chance of tornadoes from like 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. tomorrow. If the power's out, I will post on Blue Sky. For some reason we have to delay or cancel, so make sure you're following over there. Wednesday, we're going to be starting early. Wednesday, I'm going to try to start around 9:30, so we can be done no later than 2. Because we're going to try to go to the DMV Wednesday afternoon. It looks like they have a slower time of day after they come back from lunch on Wednesdays. Tomorrow, I think, was going to be their slowest day, but we're not standing out there in the icky weather. So this week's schedule is going to be a little weird for the rest of the week, but we'll see what happens. We'll probably be fine tomorrow to start at 11, or I might start at 10. We'll see what the weather's doing, just to give us a little bit more time to stab things. But that's the plan for tomorrow and Wednesday. And we will get back to this guy next Monday. I'm excited with how this one's coming out, because we modified this, the blue and the pink sections, we modified that in. It was originally, the pattern just had the pink. Hello. Cow's here. So that's gonna be, what, do you want to say hello? You want to say hello that bad? Let me move the paint tray. Let me move that over there. All right, come here. Come here. Get your nails out of my sock. And my shirt, please. So, there's Cow. No, you can't. Okay. No, you have to be a good boy if you're gonna sit there. No, you can't go that way. I have the canvas sitting there, buddy. This is why I don't let you up here. Because you take the inch I give you. And you run with it. Yeah. He's purring. I don't know if the microphone's picking it up or not. Hi. Yes, that's my hand. But, this is Cow the asshole. Meow. You're not gonna meow now? No, you can't go that way. No, you can't go that way. Hi. Are you happy now? You're not mowing. Your back is... Take... Oh, hi. Oh, cat feet. Meow. Cat feet. Here, go to Dad.
Cow. Meow.
Oh, God, you're heavy and awkward.
Oh,
Thank you.
hi, buddy.
So, he's such an asshole.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, now he's gonna
That
meow.
was him.
Now he's gonna meow. So, yeah, I will see everybody tomorrow. Good luck with your car situation. Happy JRPG day when that comes out, Zorts.
Oh, what's coming out?
I can't pronounce it. Uh, I don't know how to pronounce it. Hang on. Let me scroll up. Where is it?
Suikoden. Okay, yeah, nice.
Okay.
Is this a new one or is this a remaster, Zorts?
Remaster.
Ah, okay.
But he's very excited.
It's a very well-known and popular JRPG.
No, that was not.
No, it wasn't well-known here.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh.
JR asked a question. No, that wasn't the one who was having separation issues with the husband being in the shower. Little Bit was the one. She's like wants to protect him from the water demons, but she doesn't want to go into the bathroom to protect him from the water demons. She's just mad when she hears the shower running and she's sitting outside the door. We rescued her from the car wash down the street, so I don't know if she has some trauma from hearing water running or what, but she was not happy that she could not get to him while he was in the shower. She was this like tiny little ball of fluff that like fit in our hand, and we went for a walk at night. We have no idea where she came from, what she was doing there. We just saw this little tiny ball of fluff running up to us meowing as we were walking by, and we're like, there's a kitten. And we had recently lost 2 other cats within a couple months, and we're like, no more cats. And then this came running up to us, and we're like, fuck. So the cat distribution system was at work yet again. And nobody was around. The place was deserted. That place is always busy, and there was nobody there. And I'm like, hi. And she was trying to eat a leaf, and the husband's like, fine. He was like, no. He's like, no, walk away, no. And I'm like, we have to at least give it food. So one of us went back to the house to get some food, and then she wanted to come up to us, but she was terrified of us, so she would like get in arm's reach, but if we tried to move to grab her, she would like back off, and we're like, shit. So he went to go get gloves because we've had bad experiences with what we believed were feral kittens. And so we went back to the house to get work gloves. And in that amount of time, she like there was these like brick holding rectangles, I guess. Part of it was covered over on the top, and then part of it was open where they would sit the trash cans down in them to keep them from blowing around. Well, she jumped down in there, and I'm like, oh fuck, we're never gonna get her now. And she went underneath of a wooden pallet that the trash can was sitting up on top of. So we had to pull the trash can out. We found a piece of cardboard that was shoved down in this hole that we put over this one little tiny gap that she could have squeezed through, so where we could not get her. And we managed to pull the pallet up and grab her out of there. After about an hour of sitting down there, nobody came in there for the entire hour that we were trying to save her from herself, I guess. And we finally got her out of there and brought her home, and we started looking on the town Facebook pages, and nobody had posted about missing a kitten. A couple days later, I saw somebody post about some kittens that were rescued from being inside of a car, like a car engine or whatever, down in that area, and I didn't know if she had been part of that group or not, but nobody posted about a kitten missing. So, and she was scared of us, so she might have been feral to some degree, and we ended up with another cat, so we're full though. No more cats. No, can't do it. We have 2 on deck, but those can't come in because we don't know if either one of them is fixed. We think the female must be fixed because she should have had kittens by now if she hadn't been, with the attention that she was receiving. We know the male's not fixed that's been hanging around. We can clearly see that. But those 2 can't come in because our guys do not want to play nice with them whatsoever. But Oh, goodness. Knocking everything everywhere. But, so that's the schedule for the rest of the week. We got to have a cow cameo. And, I will see everybody tomorrow, hopefully on time, for needle felting. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thanks for the resubs, Orts. I do appreciate that. Good luck with your car and stuff. Don't forget to follow the socially links. Those will take you to the Ko-fi, the Instagram, the Blue Sky, and the YouTube channel. I will see everybody tomorrow. Have a good evening, everybody. And until next time.